One moment, I'm checking that everything's working. Okay. All right. The topic this time is Mesoamerican art, and I will also talk about mythology. And this time, the mythology will be in between the cultures. So when I'm talking about the Mayans, I will talk about Maya mythology, and then when the Aztecs, then I will talk about Aztec mythology. I'm going to start already since this topic is a little bit long. Mesoamerican art. The art in the American continent is divided in three main places: North America, Mesoamerica, and South America. The Amerindians emigrated from Asia to America through the Bering Strait in the last glaciation. Mesoamerican cultures developed and reached a high grade of civilization. They were farmers and built cities, pyramid temples, and calendars. They are the Olmecs, the people of Teotihuacan, the people of Veracruz, the Zapotecs, Mayans, Toltecs, Mixtecs, Huaxtecs, Aztecs, and the people of Central America and Caribbean. This is a map. Most important places. Here it is Veracruz, Teotihuacan, Tenochtitlan from the Aztecs, Tula. Here a lot of Mayan cities like Palenque, Tikal, Chichen Itza. Around here it is also Uxmal, and around here is Bonampak, Copan, this is another one. And then around here it is Monte Alban and Mitla, that are settlements of the, let me remember, from the Zapotecs, if I remember correctly, and the Mixtecs. Here you see Zapotecs, Monte Alban, and Mitla. Monte Alban was transformed into necropolis by the Mixtecs. Here the Olmec with La Venta and other places. Here Teotihuacan with very close the Mexicas or Aztecs with Tenochtitlan. El Tajín, that is part of the Totonacs people of Veracruz. And here all of this is Maya. Here you see Chichen Itza, Uxmal, Palenque, Tikal, Copan, Bonampak, and such. So going one by one, every culture. Origins. First human rest found in Lake Tepexpan. First human rest found in Lake Tepexpan. Pyramid of Cuicuilco, part of a ceremonial center in a city. This is the Pyramid of Cuicuilco. Olmec. First culture in Mesoamerica, probably come from Pacific Ocean. Most important archaeological sites in La Venta, Tres Zapotes, and Cerro de las Mesas, whose Tlahuaca caves have paintings in the rocks. Man with a long black cloak and a headdress covered with jaguar hide. Serpent, jaguar, Pyramid of La Venta. Here this is just another map. I think this is the same map. Yes, it is the same map, but this is like distorted. Anyway, this is another, the Pyramid of Cuicuilco, or pictures, now one by one. Tlahuaca paintings, Pyramid of La Venta. Let's see what I put here. Okay. I'm going to put here the painting, one picture of the paintings, and then in the next the Pyramid of La Venta. Olmecs, Tlahuaca, for example, this one. Puxla, Waka, and Rock Art. And here the Pyramid of Lavento. Jaguar is part of their iconography, represented by the mouth. Jaguar child, colossal heads, probably for ceremonial. I'm going to divide this. Colossal heads, probably for ceremonial or commemorative purpose. They use Hadeit among the selected sculptures. There are a Hadeit head, Jaguar mosaic. Okay, these more divisions. I'm going to here I'm going to use picture for the Jaguar child. This is the Jaguar child, and these are the heads. Sculptures, Jaguar. This is also a Jaguar child. I'm just checking. This is still. This is still an altars, and this is Jaguar mosaic offering. Okay, I put this. I'm not going to put all the pictures. Jaguar child from Cerro de las Mesas. You see, Jaguar is very important. This is also part of the mythology. Jaguar was a common animal in there and very strong. It's related with royalty, and later even the Maya and the Aztecs will use Jaguar stuff. Like for example, the Aztecs have Jaguar warriors, and the use of the Jaguar skin is also important because the Jaguar, the drawings in the skin of the Jaguar, like if you see a Jaguar, these circles, it represents the sky. So there is also a god. I think it was Tezcatlipoca. Let me check to confirm. Yes, Tezcatlipoca and the Jaguar are linked because Tezcatlipoca is the god of the north or the nocturnal sky. So it's like the star, the dark sky with the stars. So this is the same drawing as the Jaguar. So this is an important relation. Some pictures of the heads. Okay, I think like this is fine. Heads of San Lorenzo and La Venta. All net heads. Among the selected sculptures there are a Jade head, Jaguar mosaic, opening 4 of La Venta, Lord of the Limes, seated Jaguar, favorite 34, Uxpanapa fighter, Atliwayan figure, Traplacoya figure, Jaguar crying, seated man. I'm just going to add a few. The Jaguar mosaic is very important. And what's more? Culture. I'm going to put more sculptures. And Lord of the Limes, where it is? See the Jaguar. Articulated figure. There are many important sculptures in this. See the Lord of Limes. It's Jaguar. How it is called this one? River 54. The Uxpanapa fighter. Atlihuayan. Tlapacoyo. Uxpanapa fighter. The other is Atlihuayan. Tlapacoya. And here I'm going to put this. Another baby jaguar. And steles. Steles and altars. The Olmecs are almost finished. Steles. Stele 1, Stele 2. Now the altars. Altar 4, altar 5. And I think that's all. I think I'm going to put the altar 4 and that's all. Altar 4. I think this is also from La Venta. 4, La Venta. Yes. Okay. Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan, one of the biggest cities. The origins are still unknown. Great ceremonial center. They adore the sun and the moon. Among the most important gods, there are Tlaloc, Quetzalcoatl, Chalchutlicue, Huehueteotl, and Tezcatlipoca. There is a myth regarding this city. I could tell it now or tell it later. It is, well, I tell it now, at least a bit. So in the Aztec mythology, they found this city, the city of Teotihuacan. I'm going to put a picture. Teotihuacan. The city of Teotihuacan, it's like nobody knows who built it. There are no registers. So it's like kind of a mystery. So when the Aztecs found it, it was already like this. And then they thought that it was constructed by the gods. So there is an Aztec myth about the creation of the world that says that there were 4 suns or 4 eras before the current era. Like current era is the 5th sun or the 5th era, like the number 5. I will tell this myth later about the other sons, but I will tell about the 5th sun because when the 4th sun was destroyed, then the gods came to Teotihuacan to discuss who will rule the next sun, the 5th sun. I checked the names. So they were deciding about it. There was an annoying god called Tegutitecatl, who opered voluntarily very quick. But the gods preferred to choose a more humble god called Nanahuatzin. 2 pyramids were raised for these gods to help them with the penitence while the sacrificial fire was being prepared. These are the pyramids of the sun and the pyramid of the moon. The offerings and the dressings of Tegutitecatl were of good quality, but the offerings and dress of Nanahuatzin were very simple. They should sacrifice in the pyre of fire. Tegutitecatl had fear, but Nanahuatzin threw himself into the fire. When he saw his bravery, Tegutitecatl threw himself also into the fire. Then the gods waited for the sun to arise. The sky was starting to fill with light, and this is because Nanahuatzin emerged at the east with the shape of Tonatiuh. Tonatiuh, the god of the sun. And I'm going to find it here. Tonatiuh, the god of the sun. So this is why Teotihuacan is very important for the Mesoamerican culture, especially because this myth of the Actes, but as I say, the origin of Teotihuacan is not very well known. So it was, even the name Teotihuacan is given by the Actes. So just about this, so this means that the god that is ruling the current era, the 5th era or the 5th sun, is Tonatiuh. And just as these gods appear here, Tlaloc, the god of the rain, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, Chalchutlicue is a kind of mother god, sometimes compared with Coatlicue, and we'll talk about this later. Huehueteotl is the god of the earth, the fire of life, old god, and Tezcatlipoca is the rival of Quetzalcoatl. Tezcatlipoca is like kind of god of the night, kind of shadowy god. It is more complex. I'm not going to talk about Aztec mythology yet. When I arrive to the Aztecs, I will talk more. Just this is an introduction. Okay, Teotihuacan now. This is the city of Teotihuacan. I'm going to put a picture first, a general picture. I think this, no. This maybe, yes. Teotihuacan. So this is the mythical city where the gods decided who will rule the 5th era, and from where Tonatiuh will arise, according to Aztec mythology. Avenue of the Dead, Citadel, Temple of the Feathered Serpent, Pyramid of the Sun, Pyramid of the Moon, Palace of Quetzalpapalot, paintings of Tetitla, Atetelco, Tepantitla, and La Ventilla. The Temple of the Feathered Serpent is very interesting. It has 7 bodies and is decorated with sculptures of Quetzalcoatl and Tlaloc. This is all the different buildings and such. This is for paintings. The paintings are in the walls. It is very nice, the one of the Tlitla, the Greek goddess, and also the Tlaloc representation in Tepantitla. Among the sculptures, there are a marker for ball game, a Tlaloc sculpture with the mouth opened, a Quauhcicalli used to carry the hearts in the sacrifices, something the Aztecs will use too, the mask of Malinaltepec, a serpentine mask associated to the cult of the dead, spirit that goes from the mask to the individual, a figure, and a few ceramics with 3 legs, a tripod ceramics. Okay, many different pictures to add here. Here's the main buildings. Teotihuacan. This is the Path of the Dead. I found this picture before. This Path of the Dead. Avenue of the Dead. Avenue of the Dead. Citadel. Avenue of the Dead. Mm. Italy. Temple of the Federal Serpent first. This is the Pyramid of Quetzalcoatl. Now the pyramids of the Sun and the Moon. It is said that when the sun arises in this city, it appears in the top of the pyramid of the sun. Pyramid of the Moon. And the Palace of Quetzalpapalot. I'm going to use this picture. No. I want a more panoramic. Palace of Quetzalpapalot. All these are Aztec names. Remember that. You will see the difference in the names when I am talking about the Mayans. The paintings are in the wall. It is very nice, the one of the Titla, the Great Goddess, and also the Tlaloc representation of the Pantintla. The Titla, Atetelco, the Pantitla. Is just where I want to put it. But I don't find it. This, the Titla. And the Pantitla, the Great Goddess. It looks almost the same, but it's not the same. I think this is confused. The Titla, this is Tlaloc, and this is the Great Goddess. The Titla, Tlaloc. Yes, as I imagine. With Tlaloc, and also the Great Goddess in the Pantheon. The Pantheon, the Pantitla. Okay. Among the sculptures, there are a marker for Valgame, a Tlaloc sculpture with the mouth opened, a Quasicali, the mask of man in Altepec, a figure, and a few ceramics with 3 legs, or tripod ceramics. Probably 2. These things for the ball game. No. Marinaltepec. I think this Tlaloc one I'm going to delete. I'm going to put the ceramic. Game marker. I think it's like this. Mask of Marinaltepec. And tripod ceramic. Veracruz, and here is when this format starts. Veracruz. Here there are various cultures. The classic Veracruz culture has developed first, and among them it was the Remojadas culture. Later in the 100 approximately, in the area of El Tajín, the Totonacs developed their culture. Okay, here I know what picture I'm going to put. And now, sorry for this, but it is needed. Veracruz. El Tajín. Vera. Ball game. Pyramid of the niches. Let's go. In El Tajín, there are 11 ball game codes. The ball game was a religious ritual, although it is not sure if the victorious or the losers were the sacrifice. It symbolized the victory of Huitzilopochtli over his sister, since he tried to kill their mother, so Huitzilopochtli couldn't be born and he wouldn't be the most powerful god. I'll tell this story later when I reach the Aztecs. The palmas is something with a not clear meaning, but probably they were votive objects related with the ball game. The relief is in the southern ball game and it represents the sacrifice of a player. So the palmas is these things. It is not known why they for what they were used, but probably related with the ball game. And this is a relief. I'm going to need probably you. And this. And I'm going to put a picture of a ball game court and the palmas. Finally, the Totonacs did the pyramid of the niches, composed by 7 platforms with a decoration composed of 365 niches and geometric details, and a central stair. The Temple of the Columns has relief of the conquest of Trece Conejo, this means 13 rabbit, a ruler of El Tajín. About the Remojada sculpture, I added a ceremonial axe. There a sculpture. There is a ceremonial axe, a terracotta chief, a deer or dog with wheels, caritas sonrientes, very curious with jaguar details in the mouth, and figures swinging. I'm going to separate this. Pyramid of the niches. Temple of Columns. I don't feel like doing this like that. And then some figures about the remojadas. I think this one. This. The ones that are this one. Probably gonna add more. This one is too big. So probably this. Mojadas, fevers. Zapotecs. Zapotecs, they live in Monte Alban, Valley of Oaxaca, defensive position. Since year 1000, this place becomes a necropolis. In the temple of the dancer, there are reliefs of people that seems to be dancing, when with some appear with the organs outside the body, so maybe it had a ceremonial function. Sunken patio, Balkan core, observatory, south platform. In the north platform, there are tombs with very nice items. Cocijo, Orm of Tomb 77, paintings in tombs 104 and 105, Mask of Bad God, Golden Pectoral of Mitantrecutli from Tomb 7, in Mitla there are fantastic decorations, and in Lambitieco there are more tombs. Okay, many things here. Here's this separation. Let's see what picture I can put on this. I think the first one. I think this is worth to put by itself alone. Not sure what I'm going to put in there. Monte Alba. Maybe I can put this drawing. Temple of the Dancers. No, I think I'm doing it a bit bad. Temple of the Dancers. And I need to the format. patio hundido, the sunken courtyard, ball game, want to put the other picture, this one. It is too long, so better this. Sunken courtyard, I call it like the sunken patio. Ball game court, observatory, okay. I just put this picture on observatory and then items. for figure. But don't ask. For the Mythology. In Mitla there are fantastic decoration, and in Ambitieco there are more tombs. But this is mostly I will talk later, so I'm just going to put a cupol picture here, and that's all. Because this is mostly mixed tech. Ambitieco. I think now the Mayas, yes. Maya is the longest of them all. The Maya culture developed in the region of the southeast of Mexico, in Yucatan, Campeche, Tabasco, Quintana Roo, part of Chiapas and Guatemala, Belize, and part of Honduras and El Salvador. City-state, stone buildings, ceremonial centers. About society, there was a chief, priests, military, people. Cult to the forces of nature, sacrifices. Among the main gods, there are Kinich, Chak, Ixchel, and Kukulkan. They developed calendars. Some introduction about Mayan mythology here. I think this is the moment to talk about Mayan mythology. I go to YouTube. Purple. Oh. This one is very nice. I'm going to tell the story, but later I will just let this video playing, because I think it's very nice to explain and have a visual visual memory for the Popol Vuh. So in the Mayan cosmology, there are three parts, and they are connected by the tree of the world, called Baka Chan. The three parts are the heaven, the earth, and the underworld. To the heaven, you can only access if you have suffered a violent death, or you have suicide, or you have been sacrificed. The suicides are sent to the kingdom of Ixta, the goddess of suicides. Later, I will talk more about god and goddesses. Then the earth is born from at the beginning. There were only primordial waters, and then the earth was born because the gods say the word earth. The underworld is called Xibalbá, the place of fear, and it is where everyone goes except the ones of violent death. There are demons there. They rule the lords of Xibalbá, and the only way to escape Xibalbá is to overcome a series of tests, and if you overcome, then you can go to heaven. Popol Vuh is a Mayan book that tells this creation story. At the beginning there was only water, and the gods Gukumat and Huracan. Gukumat is pretty much the same as Quetzalcoatl, god of the wind, and Huracan is the god of storms. They pronounce the word earth or the word land, and this became reality coming from the sea. The land was empty and silent, and for this reason they created animals, but the sound of the animals were ugly and they didn't sing, they didn't venerate the gods, so they created the humans because they wanted creatures who venerate them and do sacrifices to them. So at the beginning they created men with I don't know the English word, is with mud, I think. With mud, yes. They create humans with mud, but they were very fragile, and when they become dry, they were too hard and such, so discarded. So they asked help to the grandparents god called Spillacock and Smukane, and they suggested that they use wood. So they created humans made with wood, but they were not very intelligent and they didn't really venerate the gods. So Huracan became angry and destroyed the wood humans with a storm. Finally, they found some corns, and let me check the translation. Some corn kernels, well, some corn, that was some yellow corn with white corn, black corn, and red corn. Smukane mixed it with water, and from the resulting substance she modeled the first humans, that they were 4 men and 4 women. They were extremely intelligent, and this is the reason why the gods created a cloud or a fog before their vision and perception. So when the humans have doubts, they will have to consult to the gods. Like, they need to consult the gods to resolve the mysteries of life. And now the second part of this story is about the twin heroes. There are 2 generations of twin heroes. The first one is Unakpu and Bukub Unakpu, and let's see if I can find some pictures. Unakpu and Bukub Unakpu. Just to have something in the screen while I am reading this. The first generation of twin brothers. They are the sons of Spillacock and Smukane. These are the grandparents gods who created the humans using corn. To these twins, they love to play Pokatok, the ball game, and the ball game court was just over the entrance of Xibalbá, the underworld. The gods of the underworld were very tired for all the noises, and they were also jealous of the athletes. So they called the twins to play the ball game in the underworld with the intention to kill them and steal the ball game court. Their mothers, Smukane, suspected and tried to warn them, but they didn't listen. To arrive Xibalbá, they had to cross 3 disgusting rivers. One about blood, one with pus, and one with very sharp knives. After a series of very hard works and humiliating tasks, they ended being sacrificed. Their bodies were buried under the ballgame court, and the head of Unakpu was hung in a tree. And this is now the second part. See, the head is in the tree. The equipment for the ball game was given back to Smukane, and she hid it in the structure of the house. One day, a young woman from the underworld called Skik, this is Skik, whose name means moonblood, stopped to contemplate the head, and the head spit and made her to be pregnant. Kik went to the house of Smikani to give birth to the second generation of twins. The second generation of twins are called Unakpu and Sbalanque. The second generation who were born from the head of Unakpu and Skik. Unakpu had some other children, so it's like they were step brothers, and the step brothers were very jealous of Unakpu and Sbalanque. They had some conflicts, and at the end what happened is that Unakpu and Sbalanque trapped the stepbrothers into a tree and they became monkeys. After some adventure, a rat told them what happened in Xibalbá and about the ball game equipments hidden in the house of the grandmother. The twins were very fascinated with the ball game, and they decided to do vengeance, to do revenge against the Lord of Xibalbá. So they went to the underworld for the same rivers and the same test as the parent of the parent. They had to stay for the night in the house of darkness, in the house of the jaguar, the house of cold, the house of fire, and at the end in the house of bats. The most ferocious of the bats cut the head of Unakpu, and the lords of Xibalbá obligated Sbalanque to play Pokatot with the head of his brother as a ball, but he used a rabbit to trick it, and then he put the head in the body again, so Unakpu revived. The twins accepted to sacrifice into the fire, and days later they emerged from the river as creatures similar to fishes. They traveled over the underworld, entertaining the people. They had a kind of superpower that consisted in that they could sacrifice and then revive. And this was very interesting for the lords of Xibalbá. So during this demonstration, the lords of Xibalbá were very interested in it, and they asked, okay, we also want to be sacrificed. So they participate in the game. So the plan of Unakpu and Sbalanque is that they will sacrifice the lords of Xibalbá, but not revive them. And this is what happened. and this is how the Lords of Xibalbा were defeated. At the end, the twins ascended to the sky and they became the sun and the moon. So this is the main story of the Popol Vuh and the creation of the Mayan cosmology and the twin brothers. Now to say something more about the gods, and then I'll put the video. I'm going to search for pictures of every god. There are not many that I'm going to mention. There is Unak, who that is the god, the only god, like the invisible god, the supreme god of everything. Then there is Itamna. This is supreme god, but this one has a human form, say like that. And the Aztec equivalent is called Ometeotl. Later, when I talk about Aztec gods, you will see. Another is Ixchel, goddess of the moon. Goddess of the moon, the floods. In some tales, is the wife of Itamna. In others, she's the wife of Kinich Ahau, the god of the sun. And her kids are the backups. And she has a jar of water with what she puts water into the land. It could be helpful for the harvesting or create floods. The backups are the four children of Itamna and Ixchel, and they sustain the layers of the sky. They are associated to the god Chak. Chak is the god of rain, and that is the analogy of it is related with Tlaloc. This is the god I'm going to show now, the god Chak, god of water. The Aztec equivalent is Tlaloc. And something interesting that you will see a lot now when I talk about Mayan art is the Chak Mall. This is an altar where the hearts for the sacrifice were placed. Then there is Jum Cax, Jum Cax, the god of corn. The equivalent in Aztecs is Sipetotec or Tenteot, god of corn. Then there is Gucumath, that this is the same as Kukulkan, also for the Mayas, and Quetzalcoatl for the Aztecs. Also god of the wind. For the Aztecs it is Quetzalcoatl and also Ejecatl. Then it is Huracan, god of storm. He and Gugumath are the ones who create the world. Then is Kinich Ahau, the god of the sun, related for the Aztecs, the equivalent is Tonatiuh. Some extra gods. This is Ixtad, the goddess of suicide. Then it is Ahpud, the god of the underworld. The Aztec equivalent is Mictlantecutli. And finally, there is this mythological woman called Ixtabai that is very similar to Ixta, but it's like a different character. It's like a beautiful woman who attracts men and kill them. And that's all about mythology. I'm going to put this video.
Todo estaba en suspenso, en silencio, todo inmóvil, callado. Los dioses Gucumatz y Huracán se juntaron a crear el mundo. Que el agua se retire y que surja la tierra, dijeron.
So these are, I suppose as the audience in Spanish, these are Gugumath and Huracán. So they are creating now the earth from the waters.
Tierra, dijeron. Luego hicieron a los animales grandes y pequeños. Tú, venado, dormirás a la orilla de los ríos, en los barrancos y en el bosque. Andarás en 4 patas. Ustedes, pájaros, hagan sus nidos en los árboles y multiplíquense. Animales y pájaros, griten y hablen cada uno según su especie. No pueden decir nuestros nombres. Como castigo, de ahora en adelante, se matarán y comerán entre ustedes. Hagamos unos seres obedientes y respetuosos que nos alimenten. Hagamos hombres de barro.
Now they are creating the mood men, but they are
Cuando vieron que estos hombres no estaban bien, los creadores deshicieron su obra. Entonces Gucumatz dijo: hagamos ahora unos hombres de madera. Estos hombres aprendieron a hablar y poblaron la tierra. Tuvieron hijos e hijas, pero no tenían alma ni entendimiento y no se acordaban de sus creadores. Entonces Huracán dijo: estos hombres tampoco nos obedecen. Enviaré un diluvio que los destruirá. Así, los hombres de madera fueron destruidos y sus hijos se convirtieron en monos. Cuando faltaba poco para que saliera el sol, los animales llevaron mazorcas amarillas y blancas a los dioses. Con este alimento hicieron la carne y la sangre de los hombres. Crearon 4 hombres que hablaron, vieron, oyeron y caminaron. Eran hombres buenos, hermosos y muy inteligentes. Veían y entendían todo, lo grande y lo pequeño. Pero a los creadores esto no les pareció bien. Son demasiado inteligentes, parecen dioses. Entonces Huracán les nubló la vista y solo pudieron ver.
So they have created the humans with corn, but they are very intelligent, so they are putting some fog, so they are not so intelligent.
Lo que estaba cerca. Mientras los hombres dormían, los dioses crearon a las mujeres. Cuando despertaron, las vieron. Eran verdaderamente hermosas y se multiplicaron. Todavía no había nacido el sol y los hombres y mujeres rogaban que amanezca, que llegue la aurora. Mientras tanto, los dioses Hunahpu e Xbalanque tramaban una venganza.
Okay, here it is going to tell only the story of Hunahpu and Xbalanque, so the first part is not going to appear. The first part is what happened with Hunahpu and Bukuk Hunahpu, and then how Ikik gets pregnant because the head of Hunahpu spits on her. So this is when Hunahpu and Xbalanque are already born.
Eran hermanos gemelos y vivían con sus primos y su abuela. Los primos eran grandes músicos, pintores y talladores, pero tenían envidia de Hunahpu e Xbalanque. Un día, los hermanos fueron a cazar con sus primos. Ayúdenos, primos, suban al árbol a atrapar los pájaros, dijo Hunahpu. ¿Qué nos ha sucedido? No podemos bajar del árbol.
This is the stepbrothers that transform into
Hunahpu
music.
e Xbalanque fueron donde la abuela y le preguntaron: ¿qué le ha sucedido a nuestros primos que tienen caras de animales? Los vamos a llamar para que los veas. Años después, Unajpu e Ishbalanque encontraron los implementos para jugar a la pelota que habían sido de sus padres. Los tomaron y se fueron a jugar. Cuando los señores de Xibalbá los escucharon desde el inframundo, preguntaron: ¿quiénes son esos que vuelven a jugar sobre nuestras cabezas y nos molestan? ¿Acaso no murieron sus padres por hacer lo mismo? Entonces, los señores de Xibalbá, que mandan enfermedades y desgracias a los hombres, dijeron: Búho, anda a la tierra y lleva un mensaje a esos muchachos. En la tierra, el búho se encontró con un piojo y le entregó el mensaje. El sapo se tragó al piojo, la culebra se tragó al sapo y el gavilán se tragó a la culebra. Cuando el gavilán llegó al campo de juego de pelota, comenzó a gritar: «¡Traigo un mensaje!». «Habla», dijeron los hermanos. «¿Cuál es el mensaje?». «¡Eres un mentiroso!». «Vino un mensajero del inframundo. Tienen que estar allá dentro de 7 días para jugar a la pelota con los señores de Xibalbá. Traigan sus implementos de juego, la pelota, los anillos, los guantes».
This is the invitation of the lords of Xibalbá to play the ball game with them.
Sin perder tiempo, los dos hermanos partieron a Xibalbá. Cuando llegaron, los señores del inframundo dijeron: «Vamos a jugar. Usaremos nuestra pelota». «Nos quieren matar. Nos marcharemos inmediatamente». «No se vayan, muchachos. Juguemos con la pelota de ustedes». Y así terminó el juego y fueron vencidos los señores de Xibalbá. Noche a noche, los hermanos debían pasar algunas pruebas o morir. Primero entraron a la casa de las navajas, donde debían ser despedazados.
This is the house of the knives.
Las carnes de todos los animales serán de ustedes. A la mañana siguiente, Unajpu e Ishbalanque aún estaban vivos. Y así fueron vencidos los señores de Xibalbá. Llegó la noche
The house of the jaguar.
y los hermanos entraron a la casa de los jaguares. ¡No los muerdan! ¿Todavía están vivos? ¿De qué raza son estos? ¿De dónde han venido? Y así fueron vencidos los señores de Xibalbá. La noche siguiente,
This is the house of the bats, and now it is going to be this bat who will cut the head of Unajpu, but Spalanque will recover it and revive.
entraron a la casa de los murciélagos. Pasó el tiempo y Unajpu se asomó para ver si ya había amanecido. Ishbalanque logró recuperar la cabeza de su hermano. Y así fueron vencidos los señores de Xibalbá. Después, Unajpu e Ishbalanque fueron llevados delante de una hoguera.
Now they are going to sacrifice.
Y así murieron. Ahora sí los hemos vencido. Por fin se han entregado. Después de varios días, Unajpu e Ishbalanque aparecieron convertidos en peces.
Now they are fishes.
Y luego se transformaron en hombres pobres
They are these men who can sacrifice and revive.
que hacían grandes prodigios. Se mataban uno al otro y se resucitaban. ¡Qué asombroso! Sacrifíquennos a nosotros también.
They are saying sacrifice to us also. But the plan is they will sacrifice them, but don't revive.
Sacrifiquémoslos, pero no los resucitemos. Nosotros somos Unajpú e Ixbalanqué. Ustedes mataron a nuestros padres. Somos los vengadores de sus dolores y sufrimientos. Ustedes son malos y les gusta hacer el mal a los hombres. Son falsos de corazón, envidiosos. Serán humillados. El juego de pelota no será para ustedes. Solamente harán ollas, platos y piedras de moler maíz. Y así fueron vencidos para siempre los señores de Xibalbá. Luego, Unajpú se convirtió en el sol e Ixbalanqué en la luna. Desde entonces, los hombres de maíz alimentan a los dioses Cucumats y Huracán, sus creadores. Cada atardecer, el sol desciende al inframundo, donde viven los señores de Xibalbá. Ahí, Unajpú e Ixbalanqué se enfrentan a los tormentos y pruebas. Y si vencen, vuelven a subir al cielo como sol y luna.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed it. I am streaming. Okay, just controlling the time. Now Mayan art. This is the longest part. There are many places where the Mayas have been doing things. Introduction. The style of Uaxactun 12 is an example of sculpture, literature, Chilan Balam, Popol Vuh, Persian Codex, Dresde Codex, Trocortesiano Codex. I have read the Popol Vuh. For me, the Popol Vuh, the first part is the most interesting. Then the Chilan Balam is a series of books. There is one especially that is the one that is in the better state. Let me say the name. So you can see, search for it if you wish. It's the Chumayel. I'm going to write it here even if I relate it. So it is the Chumayel. So it is Chilan Balam Chumayel. And it is mostly about daily life of Mayans, like their beliefs, their costumes, the calendar, the festival, these kind of things. And then there is also a chronic of Chak Chuluk Chen. This is a text written by a man called Anakuk Peh that tells about Christians, like in the time when the Spanish conquerors arrived and there were fights because Christians and such. In fact, I will put the Popol Vuh as the first. Popol Vuh is the most important book, especially the first half of the Popol Vuh. Then the second half is all the time about wars and such. It was not very interesting for me. But the first half was very nice. Okay, Maya. Stele of Uaxactun. This one. Stele of Uaxactun 20. Palenque, Temple of the Sun. Let's see how I do this. Oh, you see here, codex. Maybe I should add a codex, why not? Codex Persiano. This one. Codex Persiano. Okay, now Palenque. Oops. Religion Palenque. There are many places, many important places. Temple of the Sun, Temple of the Cross, Temple of the School, Palace, Temple of the Inscriptions. Temple of the Inscriptions symbolize the 9 levels of Xibalbá. And then inside it is the tomb of Pakal, one of the rulers. Okay. I'm going to change this. This is Tikal, I guess. Yes. Palenque. Temple of the Sun. The pillars have hieroglyphic inscriptions and human figures in stucco. Temple of the Cross, Temple of the School. There is a relief of a school, reliefs of the palace, very plain, on gneiss profile. Palenque. There is one that will be fit very nicely. This one. The Temple of the Sun. Not sure if I'm going to need more. I want a more a close-up, because mostly the main reason I put that picture in there is because the space. Temple of the Sun, Temple of the Cross. One more Temple of the School. The relief of the school. I don't know what I can do. Okay. These two things up. Temple of the Sun, Palenque. Temple of the Cross. Temple of the School. Temple of the Inscriptions, 8th level, and a Temple of Two Chambers. Here it is the Tomb of Pakal, a ruler. Tomb of Pakal. Here there were discovered a portrait of Pakal made of stucco, a mask made of hadeit, and other materials, and a flagstone depicting Pakal emerging with god attributes from the crops. One moment, I put I need to go to the toilet. One moment. Back. Temple of the Inscriptions. This is going to need a few. The school, Temple of the Inscription. Because the Tomb of Pakal and the stuff in there. Probably one for the temple itself and other for the tomb. And I'm thinking how I did this in the an artistic adventure game, and it's going to be very interesting to play this today. And I just saw this drawing and it fits perfectly here, so I'm going to change this again. Use me with this, but it's something the program does. This drawing is very nice to put here. So the tomb appears. Okay. I'm going to have to edit it again. So bad. Oh, sorry. So bad. Sorry, it's going to take a bit long. 8 levels. Okay. Now it's fine. Could be better, but no. I read it like this and that's all. Of the inscriptions. And no, front picture. This one. Now something for the interior. Tomb of Pakal. Probably I'm going to need one more for all the things. Home of Pakal, and this. One more. For this mask of Pakal. And that's all. I'm going to skip the other. Tikal. Pyramid of Tikal. Verticality. The pyramid is only the base of the temple. Probably this is only going to be one picture. And before doing this, yes, I am only want to put one picture. And this is the best picture because the colors. But better I use this. Now I have space. Pyramid of Tikal. Copan. Still B, Still H, Mayan Bowl, Hieroglyphic Stairway. Here is narrated a chronic of the 16 rollers of Copan, cosmic meaning in the position of steps, used for ceremonials. Let's see. Steel, another steel, vault, and the hieroglyphic stair. Others, Uxmal, what the fuck? 6 minutes. Yeah, still long. Other places. Pyramid of Danta, the tallest pyramid of Mesoamerica, 3 platforms. Pyramid of Kinich Kakmo. Pyramid of Danta. Pyramid of Kinich Kakmo. This I'm going to put it in different. Sorry, I'm going to remove this. And here, only Pyramid of Danta. Dante Kinich. Hill Beck style buildings with trapezoidal towers, max decoration with reptilian forms. Stampak, Genesis style in Campeche without towers, much more decoration, entrance of Mozo dragon, serpent jaguar, zoomorphic masks. Hook style, there are some buildings here, 5 levers building in Etna, Lapna Arts, Palace of the Mask of Kaba, Palace of Sayid. This is going to need 1 per each. 1 for Spook Hill, 1 for Stampak, and 1 or 2 for Puck. Probably 2. Spook Hill is this one. Spook Hill. Stampak. This one. Stampak. Another Puck. Probably 3. Etna. Lapna Arts. Palace of the Mask of Kava and Palace of Sayil. I'm going to put another picture. This one is longer, but I think faster. Nah, I put that. I like this picture. Uxmal. Finally at Uxmal, my favorite place. Pyramid of the Magician. Oval plan, 2 stairs, temple in the superior part. Nunnery quadrangular. They are 5 buildings. Probably it was the residence of the priest. Geometric decorations, Palace of the Governor, very curious triangle arches, House of the Tortoise with little sculpture of tortoise, House of the Doves, this name was given to a confusion of the Spanishmen, and Game Ball Court. Or Ball Game. Ball Game Court. Oops. Okay. I think I can put it a little bit smaller. Pyramid of the Magician. This is the structure. Quadrangle of the Nunnery. Palace of the Governor. I like very much these arches. Palace of Temple of the Tortoise. Temple of the I don't remember the name. Doves. House of the Doves. Balgan Court. Okay, this is going to need money of this. Booksmart. This picture is nice because it shows the two stairs. You see there is one stair for this, and then this stair goes higher. So this is this part. But this is this part. You see this stair. Whatever. So the pyramid of the magician, the quadrangle of the monks, or quadrangle of the nunnery. This one. Quadrangle of the nunnery. More things. Palace of the Governor. This is going to have 3 just because I love this picture. Hello Angie, welcome. I can stay. I'm in school, but have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. I wish you a good time at school too. Thank you for passing by. More place, Temple of the Turtles, and House of the Dogs. Thank you. House of the Turtles, again 2 pictures. And now the House of the Dogs. And the last one is the ball game code. This picture, but also the other. If I find it. Oh, it is next to it. Ball game code. And Oxmal is finished. Hot of Yucatan. Okay, first waiting for the autosave. Well, the save. Okay, nothing more here. Lots of pictures of Oxmal, I just love it. Hot of Yucatan, plant sailing, very simple. Hot of Yucatan. In just display this one, that's all. Hot of Yucatan. And the last part of the Maya, well, not the last part, but almost the last. Chichen Itza. A moment, I need to remember this. This is not done. Before, so just a moment, I need to format this. This is fine. Chichen Itza, it's going to be divided. Chichen Itza. Sacred cenote. It was a peregrination place for the Mayans. Temple of the warriors and the thousand columns. Squared plant, 4 floors, zoomorphic decoration, chacmol in the upper part, red jaguar. Pyramid of Kukulkan, squared plants, 9 level, white stairs, 4 facades with their own stair. Temple in the upper part. Kukulkan is the feathered serpent. There is a red jaguar. Valgain Court, the biggest court of all the Mayan courts. Temple of the Jaguar with zoomorphic decoration, El Caracol, an observatory, some pantry, a sacrifices altar with skulls decoration. In the upper part, they place stakes for stringing heads. This is going to be very divided. Okay, starting with this. This is the sacred cenote. The same pictures. Cenote is like a hole in the land with water, and they use it for sacrifice because they believe that it is an entrance to the underworld. Better edit it like this. And now the temple here. And I think a picture of the Chuck Mall is also worth. Chakmore, remember this is for doing sacrifice and putting the hearts in there. And Chak is the god of rain, related to the Aztec god Tlaloc. Pyramid of Kukulkan. Square plant, 9 level, white stairs, 4 facadas of the downstairs, temple in the upper part. Kukulkan is the feather serpent, there is a red jaguar. And the Balkan court, the biggest of all the courts, the biggest court of all the Mayan courts. Pyramid probably is going to be needed in its own. The Balkan the same. Okay, I'm going to put the jaguar first. And now one for the pyramids and one for the Balkan. Remember, Kukulkan is the feather serpent. Kukumath, related to Aztec god Quetzalcoatl. Balkan court. This picture represents how massive this court is. Balkan court. Temple of the Jaguars with zoomorphic decoration, El Caracol, an observatory, Zompantli, a sacrifices altar with skulls decoration. In the upper part, they place stakes for stinging heads. So the Temple of Jaguars in here, Caracol in next, and Zompantli in next. I think the Temple of the Jaguars, I can put it here. This is the temple. This a bit big, but it will be okay. Temple of the Jaguars, El Caracol. This is good representation. I think I'm going to put also the representation. Well, it's going very big, very what? Broken picture. Well, I'm going to imagine that when restarting it's going to be fine, but I just can't. Okay, I'm going to restart it just in case I feel scared. I think I use some pictures that are too heavy. Almost 3 hours. Wow, this got broken. So bad. The text is also well displaced. Later this will give me more work. Anyway, so this is a picture that is like very just going to so I think not much point trying to put the text completely correctly, I guess. Temple of the Jaguars. No, this is not clear. This is here. Here is the red jaguar. And here is the ball code. This is 3 megabytes. I thought it is okay. Caracol. Here also caracol. But here I want to put the representation. This one. And the missing one is the Zompantli. Well, I'm not going to really focus in putting the text now because I have to restart and then I have to edit it a bit. No point. And now, yes, the last part of the Maya. Bonanza. This is going to be a long. Lintel 24 of Jack Stilan. Well, I'm going first to the Bonampak Palace and then let's see. Bonampak Palace, interesting by the paintings with festive and war themes. Bonampak. Lintel, let's see what it remains. This lintel, steel, an altar, then ceramic. Okay, lintel of Jaxilan, the character is the Supreme Chief, Jaguar Seal, and at the right side is Hawks, pacing a spinny cord in a hole in her tongue. Stele of Madrid, Palenque, it was one of the legs of the throne of the Palenque king, very plain relief, it represents a backup, a land cut, so morph 16, Kirigua, the ruler comes out of the mouth of Jaguar, ceramic of Isla de Jaina, funerary purposes, 3D recreations, this is, I want to check this, not going to include this, what, it doesn't work. Hmm. It is gone, this website, so bad. Well, never mind. Okay, so these are the last things for the Maya. Let's see where it is this. Kitchen. No. State of Madrid. Okay, here it is. This one. I'm going to put the Kiri wow weird thing. This. Intel 24 Jack Chila. For more. And some ceramics, and that's all. China Island rivers. Okay, so Maya is finished. Now the next one is Toltec, Mixtec, and Huastec. Toltec, Mixtec, Huastec. Toltec, they developed in Tula military government. They continue the culture of Teotihuacan. Pyramid of Tlahuizcalpantecutli. This deity is one of the advocation of Quetzalcoatl. Platform of 5 floors. In the top there are the Atlantes. There had to be a temple in the upper part. I love this temple also. Pyramid of Tlahuizcalpantecutli. This long picture is the best, but probably it is too long. Tlahuizcalpantecutli. I wrote it fine. Tlahuizcalpantecutli. And a picture of the close-up of the Atlantis. I think I can put, for example, this picture. Quattrepantli, the serpent wall, it surrounded the sacred zone of Tolan Chicocotitlan. It is a wall decorated with figures of serpents. In the mouth of the animals there are skeletons. There are also eagles and jaguars. It is coronated by conches, decoration associated to Quetzalcoatl in the advocation of Ejecat. Caracolas. Conches, okay. So this is the Quattrepantli. I think here I can put the detail and in the other the big picture. The detail is this. And the big picture is this. When I put this both. What the country? Burnett, one moment. This. Doesn't matter. Burnett Palace. It is named so because supposedly there was a fire in this building. The function was more a public, but was like a public building. Pyramid C, Balkan Core, Standard Beard, Teyanuka Serpent. It's just like different things. Let's see. Burnett Palace, Pyramid, Balkan. Thunder and Teyanuka Serpent. I think I'm just going to put the Teyanuka and the Burnett Palace and that's all. Teyanuka Serpent Una. And last one. Is Burnett Palace. This picture and done. Mixtec. They settled in the north of Oaxaca Valley at around year 1000. Monte Alban is a necropolis now. They made ceramics and codex. Reliefs of Mitla, tomb one of Tachila. There are reliefs with creatures of the Wall of the Dead. Tripod ceramic. The photos 3 and 4 are the same ceramic and represent a sacrifice. Ceramic that represents a sacrifice. Okay, first part. Mitla. Before it was Sapotec. I was saving a Mitla picture for that. Mitla. And Mixtec. Mitla, more Mitla. Let's see if I put this. Mitla. And now the tombs. Tripod ceramic. Tomb 7 of Monte Alban. I hope there wasn't any problem. Okay. Tomb 7 of Monte Alban. There were found many pieces of jewelry, skull adorned with turquoises and cells, jewelry, codex. The Mixtec codex are documents painted in deer hide where is told the old history. Codex Thoche Nutal, Codex Pindobonensis, Codex Botley. Okay. Cool and jewelry. Codex in another part. Cool and jewelry. I think this one with 3 is going to be too big, but I'm going to try. Yes, it's too big. I'm going to cut. Like 3, but it says only this. And codex, mixed codex. These are the codex. I'll just put some examples. Only just one. Codex thoughts in total. Okay. Aztec now. Getting closer to Aztec at last. Aztec. They are very good in ceramics and sculptures. Among the selected items, there are the stele of Huitzilopochtli that represents an animal licking the blood of the mouth of a priest that sacrificed himself, the calendar, Monument 32, and of Tamtok, Timuin, and the next image is a possible representation of Quetzalcoatl with a conic cap with a skull and long ear-moved ceramic. Let's see, Aztec. Stele calendar. Possible representation of Quetzalcoatl. Huilocintla. The supposed Quetzalcoatl. This one I'm going to put it a bit later. There's some ceramic. This one. Huilocintla. And now before the Actex, there is one thing more. This one. Figure of life and death. It is Aztec. It is related with the talks about life and death. It is a figure of a man that in the back has a skeleton. The alive figure is the wind god Ehecat Quetzalcoatl that created life. Representing death, there is a skeleton with a heart, the symbols associated to the sun and planet Venus. Another title in here is going to be wrong because it should be Mesoamerican art. Anyway. Okay. I'm going to correct this first. Okay, I need a very short break. I'm going to write it here. Back. The Aztecs now. The Aztecs ruled over the central part of Mesoamerica in the late post-classic period. They are also known as Mexicas. Their main gods are Huitzilopochtli, Tlaloc, Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, Hipetotec, Quadripue, and Tonatiuh. Maybe this is the moment where I should talk about mythology. I'm going to wait a bit more. Tonatiuh. Tenochtitlan. This was the main city. This was the main city. This is now the current Mexico City. It was built over some islands in Texcoco Lake. There are drawings. It was a city in a great square, 4 doors in the cardinal points. Let's see how I'm going to do this. Right, failing there. Too big. Three pictures. It is going to be this, and now talking a little bit about mythology. How the Tenochtitlan city was founded. So the Aztecs, it's because they come from Atlan, and they were guided by Huitzilopochtli to where they should settle and found Tenochtitlan. And it's like Huitzilopochtli said, when you find an evil with whatever, let me find it, Tenochtitlan Foundation. It's like when you find an evil with a serpent in a cactus or something like this, is the Maguey, the plant of the Maguey, I think it is. So it is there where you will find where you will found the city, where you will do the foundation of Tenochtitlan. So this is how it is founded. Tenochtitlan, in the cosmology of the Aztecs, there are also 3 worlds. This is heaven, earth, and underworld. So in the heaven, it's very similar to the Mayan. In the heaven, is where Ometeotl, the supreme god, lives, in a place that nobody else can meet him, not even a god, not even other gods. And then there are the levels of the afterlife that are different according to the spiritual status that you have had in life. The souls could stay there eternally and never return to Earth. There is a heaven for the fallen in battle, heaven for the dead at birth, when giving birth, and such. Then about the Earth, the land. The center of the universe is the capital city Tenochtitlan. The people are known as Tenochca, but the god of war, Huitzilopochtli, Campbell changes the name for Mexicas in order to build the capital city in an island in the center of Texcoco Lake. In the heart of the city, it is the Great Temple dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. This is the temple I'm going to show now. Just to finish this tale of mythology, the underworld, only the ones who died in battle or giving birth went directly to heaven. All the others went to the underworld, that is called the Mictlan, and its lord is Mictlantecuhtli. When a soul arrived the underworld, it was met by the Black Tecatlipoca, who sent the soul to a journey over the 9 levels of Mictlan. And these souls will have to overcome terrible challenges, but if the soul overcomes them, then the soul could go to heaven. If not, then stay forever in the Mictlan. Okay, Major Temple. Okay, I'm going to tell more myths before continuing. The creation of the universe and the cardinal points. Ometeotl, I have seen it before. I'm going to search for it. Ometeotl is the supreme god. Lord of duality. He has masculine and feminine attributes. He is the good and evil. At the same time, his masculine aspect is Ometecuhtli, and his female aspect is Omecihuatl. Ometeotl created to himself from the intemporal emptiness and created 4 kids that continued with the creation of the world in the 4 cardinal points. This is a comparison with the Mayan backups. They are also different aspects of the god Tecatlipoca. The east is the red Tecatlipoca or Xipetotec. The north is the black Tecatlipoca, the lord of the nocturnal sky, like kind of evil. The west is white Tecatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and the south is the blue Tecatlipoca, represented as Tlaloc or Huitzilopochtli. Okay, now the creation of the 5 sons. I think there is also a video for this. After 5 sons. Because I want to show a kind of animation so it is easier to remember, probably this.
Con el desastre gracias a cierta persona.
Sí, mi esposa y yo fuimos a crear un sol.
Que nadie lo extrañará.
Okay, this is the birth of Tonatiuh. This is interesting, but not exactly what I want to show. I will put this anyway. The Legend of the Five Son, but I know what I'm going to put. Okay, this. The Legend of the Sons. It is in Spanish, but I will be pausing and explaining what is happening, and I'm telling the story first. The five sons were five successive eras. This is the history of creation and destruction between son and son, and in each era ruled a deity in particular, along with its element. The first son is the son of Earth, ruled by Tezcatlipoca, and the inhabitants are giants. Quetzalcoatl sent jaguars to destroy everything, and Tezcatlipoca returned to the sun and converted in the constellation of the Great Bear. The second son is the son of the air, ruled by Quetzalcoatl in its form of Ejecat, the god of wind. The people were sinners, they were sinners, they behaved bad, so Tezcatlipoca destroyed everything with wind, and the survivors were converted in monkeys. The third son is the son of the rain, ruled by Tlaloc. The people didn't do sacrifices, so Quetzalcoatl gets angry and sends a rain of ash, and the survivors behave in birds. The fifth son is the son of water, created and destroyed by Quatliqué. It's not exactly Quatliqué, it's Chalquatliqué, and let me see, Chalchiutliqué. It's a god that is related to Quatliqué, but it's not exactly the same. So the fourth son, the son of the water, is created and destroyed by Chalchiutliqué, goddess of water and fertility. The survivors were converted in pieces. And the fifth son is the son of current times, ruled by the god of the sun Tonatiuh, and it will be the last. When the last sky got broken, the four sons of Ometeotl, that are Xipetotec, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl, and Tlaloc, converted themselves into trees and reached the sky. If the mortals don't work in harmony with the gods, by doing adoration and sacrifice, the fifth son will be destroyed and wouldn't be created again. So then what will follow here is the birth of Tonatiuh, that I have already explained before, but I explain it a bit quickly. So they meet the gods meet in Teotihuacan, and then there are two gods who let me share for the names of the gods. There are two gods that are candidates to be the god that will rule the fifth son, and these gods are Tegucigalpa and Nanahuatzin. So Tegucigalpa is arrogant and always presenting with rich clothes and rich offerings, and Nanahuatzin is more humble, always going with poor things, not good quality. They have to sacrifice into a fire. Nanahuatzin is brave and sacrifices the first. Tegucigalpa goes the second because he feared, and at the end the gods wait for the sun to rise, and Nanahuatzin arrives in the east with the shape of Tonatiuh, and so Tonatiuh is the ruler of the fifth son. Okay, so this part is for the
mamuts y otros bichos de gran tamaño que los gigantes durante ese A los demás dioses. Cataclismos. En el origen de los tiempos había una pareja primigenia creadora, los Ometeotl.
It is the Ometeor with the duality because they have Ometeor, the supreme good, has masculine attributes and feminine attributes, so it is Omekutli and Omeziquatl.
Quienes crearon a los demás dioses. Estos hijos sobre un océano primigenio fueron creando el primero de los mundos. El primer sol fue Tezcatlipoca y alumbró
First son, in the first son, first era, ruled by Tezcatlipoca,
un mundo de gigantes durante 700 años.
with giants.
Es posible que este mito fuese influenciado por los restos de huesos de mamuts y otros bichos de gran tamaño que los mesoamericanos encontraban. Según la historia, unos jaguares se comieron a todos
So Quetzalcoatl sends jaguars to eat the giants, and then
estos gigantes, y Quetzalcoatl le quitó el poder de un garrotazo. El pobre dios cayó al agua y se convirtió en un jaguar, y en la Osa Mayor hubo temblores y todo se fue a la mierda. La serpiente emplumada había creado una especie de protohombres que se convirtieron
a second son is ruled by Quetzalcoatl, with the people who are evil.
en monos durante los siguientes 700 años, en el segundo mundo. Pero Tezcatlipoca se quiso vengar y le echó del poder con unos vientos huracanados de la hostia.
Tezcatlipoca wants revenge and destroyed everything. The humans become monkeys. Now the third son, the son of the rain,
Tercer son
ruled by Tlaloc.
fue Tlaloc durante solo 364 años y gobernó sobre hombres mono. Fue entonces cuando Quetzalcoatl hizo llover fuego del cielo, ceniza volcánica, y le cambió por su esposa o hermana, Calchiutlicue.
The people didn't do sacrifice, so Quetzalcoatl gets angry, sent a rain of ashes, and the survivors become in bears. The fourth son is the son of water, created and destroyed by Chalchutlicue.
Diosa de los lagos. Durante este cuarto sol aparecieron los hombres pez, pero una lluvia torrencial les arrastró hasta los mares y se convirtieron en los actuales peces. Después de la destrucción del cuarto sol, todos los dioses se reunieron en Teotihuacán para decidir a quién poner
Then the gods meet in Teotihuacan to decide who to become the next god.
de sol, el cretino de Tecucistecatl y el humilde y leproso Nanahuatzin. Ambos ardieron y murieron. Supuestamente Nanahuatzin se sacrificó voluntariamente, pero entonces ambos resucitaron como soles. Pero los dioses dijeron que aquello era un sacrilegio, no podía haber dos soles, y a Tecucistecatl le tiraron un conejo y lo convirtieron en luna.
Houston, tenemos un problema.
En ese momento el mundo era todo agua, pero Quetzalcoatl y Tezcatlipoca
So that was the birth of the sun. And now it is going to tell other me, so I'm going to pause. I play this video.
Nuestro mundo tuvo 4 soles, pero cada una de esas eras falló, devastada por jaguares, destruida por fuertes vientos, incinerada por lluvias de fuego, inundada en un mar de lágrimas. Ahora los humanos no tienen nada. ¿Cuánto tiempo nos vamos a quedar a oscuras? Esta creación necesita un sol.
Perdón. Gracias por invitarme cuando Xochipilli se fue.
Nuestros últimos 4 soles terminaron en desastre gracias a cierta persona.
Sí, mi esposa y yo fuimos excelentes soles, pero tú los destruiste.
No pude ayudarme. Él solamente
Orden.
estaba allí. Soles fueron débiles.
¡Orden! Es nuestra última oportunidad para crear un sol. ¿Quién será el sacrificio para hacer el quinto sol?
Hey, ¿qué tal Nanahuatzin? Es tan feo que nadie lo extrañará.
Aquí estaba él.
Dijeron que yo... lo siento, pero yo no creo que pueda ser el sol. El sol es precioso, dador de vida. Yo solo soy un inválido sin valor.
Hijo, entra tú, piensa en el prestigio.
Consideraría elegir a alguien menos sifilítico y molesto a la vista para hacer el sol. Uno necesita ser un candidato de excelente linaje, guapo, fuerte, alguien como yo.
Sí, Tezistécatl debería hacerlo.
Nana Watson debería morir.
Esperen, ¿qué tal una competencia? Tezistécatl y Nanahuatzin deben entregar ofrendas al templo del sol y prepararse para el sacrificio.
Nana Watson ni siquiera podría ofrecer un taparrabos.
No te angusties, Nana Watson. Es que sabemos que él sería un mejor sol.
De hecho, Tezistécatl, sí tengo algo. Algo bastante inapropiado como ofrenda. Ay. Bueno, cuando no tienes nada que dar como ofrenda, solo puedes dar de tu sangre y carne. Perdón, yo lo lamento mucho, pero es todo lo que tengo para ofrecer. Y sé que no tiene valor alguno. Ay.
¡Qué asco! ¿En serio usaste tus propias costras como incienso? Por suerte mi papi me dio el copal más fino. ¡Hija de!
¿Qué es esto? Oh, no, 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 no. Necesitamos que ustedes sean el sacrificio. Toma valor y arrójate al fuego del recinto turquesa para alimentar el ciclo del nuevo sol.
Buena suerte, Tezistécatl. ¡Vamos! ¡Adelante y brilla!
Vamos, puedo hacerlo. Todos están viendo. Aquí voy, aquí voy. ¡Ah! ¡Me quemo!
Vamos, Sata, mantén al sol dentro de la familia.
No, no, no puedo hacerlo.
Hijo, eres una vergüenza para la familia.
Mi propio hijo, he criado a un cobarde.
Está tan pobre que nadie le extraña.
Enfermo de
Nana Watson debe morir.
Que sabemos que él sería un mejor sol.
Ya basta de menospreciarme. ¡Ingesu!
¡Wow! Luces tan bello, Nana Watson.
Very nice. So this is how he becomes Donatello. I like it, this animation a lot. Okay, there are more myths, but I'm going to continue with the art now. Major Temple. I need more. I'm finding for a specific picture. This one, the model. Okay, now the major temple. It has two because one is dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and the other is dedicated to Tlaloc. This is very nice picture. Let's see what I put here. Autosave. Palace of Moctezuma II. He was a ruler. In the drawing of the palace you can see it had two floors. In the upper floor there were the rooms of the ruler and his ally. In the lower floor there is a chamber for the council of war, another for the justice court. This is this drawing. Nothing remains of the city at all because it is under Mexico City. And just as curiosity, in the the Codex Florentinus, I was reading that codex that is about acted life, culture, and honestly I think it's not a very good city to live because it's like every building is dedicated to something and sacrifice, like it's a bit nightmare city. Palace of Moctezuma Tenochtitlan. And they had festivals, all the festivals are about killing and doing sacrifice. So yes, not a very good, peaceful city. pyramid. Here, this is other two buildings. Pyramid of Cholula, Pyramid of Tepoztlan, and Xochicalco. Pyramid of Cholula, it is the biggest pyramidal basement of the world. It has ceremonial altars. Pyramid of Tepoztlan, 2 bodies. Xochicalco, main square, that was a civic religious space. At the center there is a steel great pyramid. The temple of the feather serpent is fantastic, since it has stylized representation of that god with Teotihuacan and Mayan influence. Let's see what I put in here. Pyramid. Later, when I play the game, I will show more interesting buildings in the city, but the most I remember is the Calmecac. That is a kind of place for training, and also there are jaguar barracks or something like this. Let me search. Tenochtitlan buildings. Let's see if there is a picture with the different buildings. I think this was an observatory. This is the Thumb Pantry, the altar of schools. There was also a temple of Tonatiuh. This is the Calmecac, if I remember correctly. In the temple of Tonatiuh is where the big calendar was. Let's see here. Tenochtitlan. I want one. Public buildings. Temples, Temple of Quetzalcoatl, the Ball Game, Zompantli, Sun Temple dedicated to Tonatiuh, the Eagle's House, which was associated with warriors, and was also a Jaguar's House, and the Calmecac, School of the Sons of the Active Nobility, where they would receive rigorous religious and military training. At the Colco Marketplace. So if my memory is correct, here, these are temples, these and these are temples. There is a school and there is another school, Jaguar and Eagles. This is the Calmecac. This is an observatory. This is the ball game court. This is the Thumb Pantry, the school's altar, and this is the temple of Tonatiuh. I think more or less, if my memory is correct, it was something like this. And in fact, I should maybe some important buildings. Here are the Mayor Temple, Temple of the Sun, Temple of Quetzalcoatl, the Calmecac, Observatory, ball game courts, from Pantry, House of the Eagle's House, Jaguar's House, and more. And Red Temple, I'm going to call it Red Temple there. Great Temple. Okay. Pyramid of Cholula, Pyramid of Tepoztlán, and Xochicalco. Quatlicue. This sculpture of the goddess represents a head of two serpents in profile. In the torso there are 4 hands, 2 heads, and a skull. Feet as eagle claws, shoulders of serpent, represents death. Now I'm going to talk more about mythology, but I'm going to put these sculptures first. What? Before talking more about this, I'm going to continue first. Okay, this one, and then I talk about mythology again. Just a moment, I need to put this. Relief of Coyolxauhqui, related with the temple of Huitzilopochtli of Tenochtitlan. Coyolxauhqui is dismembered. She is the older sister of Huitzilopochtli and wanted to kill her mother, Quatlicue, when she was pregnant, to give birth to her brother, due to envy. She couldn't do it, as punishment, Huitzilopochtli dismembered her, and that's why they have to do sacrifices. Her head her head became the moon. I put the relief and I continue with mythology. Oyosauki. Better, okay, I add these two more, and then I talk about mythology. Zompantli of Tenochtitlan, associated to the Templo Mayor, it was the sacrifices altar with skull. Quausikali of Jawar, to put the hearts of the sacrifices. Tektpat, it was the ceremonial knife for the sacrifices. Teocalli, Aztec throne, probably one of Moctezuma II. It has a representation of a calendar and the ceremonial of new fire. The next is the Sunstone, monolithic disc with inscriptions related to the Mexica cosmogony and calls to the sun, movements of the celestial beings, and cycles of eras. In the center is Tonatiuh, god of the sun, with the Tongwe outside representing him as a bloodthirsty deity. In the border there are two serpents, the ones that carry the sun over the sky. I add this and then I talk about mythology. Kotikue, Koyosauki, this is how it will be painted. The Zompantli. Probably I'm going to need two. How to say it? And now the Quausikali, Tekpat, Quausikali, Tekpat, Teocalli, these three things. That somewhere of some way I will put them here, even if it is this small. Quausikali. Tekpat y Teocalli. Voy a buscarle. And the next, the Sunstone. This is how it is painted. Actually, the Sunstone is very big. Let me show now a picture on the internet. You see, it's really, really big. Okay, I am going to tell mythology now. Other stories related with gods, related with first with Quetzalcoatl. Before talking about Quetzalcoatl and some of the myths, I'm going to talk about two gods. One is Mayahuel, the goddess of pulque. Mayahuel. Pulque is an alcoholic drink. She will appear in a myth about Quetzalcoatl. So it's Quetzalcoatl and Mayahuel create the pulque, that is this alcoholic drink. And then another one that will appear is Tlazolteotl, goddess of rubbish and excrements and other bad things, like a disgusting goddess. She will also appear. Okay. Remember Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent related with the wind, and Tezcatlipoca related with night and such. So now, how Quetzalcoatl creates the humans? I'm going to continue with this video and explain at the same time. I tell first. When the fourth sun was destroyed, Quetzalcoatl wanted to create a new race of humans. Accompanied by Xolotl, his twin brother with dog head, he went to Mictlan and reunited the bones of the of the people who died in the flood. Mictlan Tecutli, that now I'm going to talk about him because he appears here and I think in others also. Mictlan Tecutli, god of the Mictlan, the underworld, of the underworld. Very interesting that this picture, because it is the same used in the Age of Mythology mod. I wonder who is the artist. Well, time is continuing, so I continue. Quetzalcoatl went to the Mictlan to recover the bones of the people who died in the flood when the destruction of the fourth sun. But Mictlan Tecutli was not happy about this, so he sent some disgusting creatures to pursue Quetzalcoatl and Xolotl. Quetzalcoatl threw away the bones by mistake. The bones fell and got broken, and this is the reason why later humans are going to be born with different shapes, because they come from broken bones. So Quetzalcoatl was sad, but the serpent goddess Cihuacoatl helped him, and so they reunite the broken bones and mix it in a vessel. Quetzalcoatl mixed his blood with the bones, and this is how the first humans were created, the first humans of the 5 ton. There were problems of feeding because of overpopulation. Quetzalcoatl saw an ant with corn and decided that corn would be the primordial food. And as I said before, Quetzalcoatl also contributed with Mayahuel to the creation of the pulque, the alcoholic drink.
Tezcatlipoca decidieron reconstruir la tierra. Sin embargo, antes tuvieron que partir en dos a un monstruo personificación del caos, llamado Tlaltecutli, o también Zipactli, y que tenía tanta hambre que le salían mandíbulas por todas partes al cabrón.
About this is a story about Tezcatlipoca. Very quickly, Tezcatlipoca vinculated with the jaguar and a mirror of obsidian. Obsidian is a black stone. This is a mirror with properties like divination and prophecies. Tezcatlipoca also had a foot of obsidian, and there are some versions. So the version including the Zipactli is because Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl were sent to fight with Zipactli, that is this monster. So Tezcatlipoca submerged one of the foot to attract Zipactli to the exterior, and Zipactli bite the foot, and that's how he lost the foot. The other story, and now I'm going to introduce another god, in this case a goddess, that is Xochiquetzal, the feathered flower. Xochiquetzal is goddess of the moon, the flowers, marriage, kids, patroness of artists, famous because her beauty, youth, and sexual attractive. She is the wife of Tlaloc. I'm going to find a picture. Xochiquetzal. So you can imagine, like, very beautiful goddess. Now I remember Xochipilli, that is like the Xochipilli, like the male version. Xochipilli, like god of beauty and god butterfly. Okay, continuing with Tezcatlipoca. So Tezcatlipoca fell in love with Xochiquetzal, but Xochiquetzal was the wife of Tlaloc. So when Tezcatlipoca went to flirt with her, Tlaloc got angry and he threw Tezcatlipoca from the mountain, and his foot was broken, and so he put himself a new foot with obsidian.
Y que tenía tanta hambre que le salían mandíbulas por todas partes al cabrón. Su cadáver dio forma al mundo, y solo los sacrificios humanos hacían que de su cuerpo brotase.
This is like the world is created with corpses of lizards.
Las plantas necesarias para la vida de la gente. Para crear a la humanidad, Quetzalcoatl tuvo que viajar.
Now this is the myth I told before, with Quetzalcoatl going to the Mictlán to recover the bones of the fishmen, the men who died in the fourth sun.
Al inframundo de 9 niveles, el Mictlán, gobernado por Mictlantecutli. ¿Por qué? Porque para crear a los humanos había que buscar los ingredientes secretos, es decir, los huesos de los anteriores humanos pez. Para darles vida usó su sangre. El problema fue que Mictlantecutli se arrepintió y le tendió una trampa al dios, que murió y los huesos humanos se rompieron. Pero luego Quetzalcoatl revivió como si nada, no os preocupéis. Pero estos huesos rotos explicaban que la gente tuviese diferentes alturas. Pero el quinto sol no era inmortal, solo era uno más. Todos pensaban que ese mundo acabaría en un gran cataclismo si no se veneraba al sol lo suficiente.
He is explained that when the fifth sun, when Tonatiuh arise, it is not the final sun, it's like this sun could also be destroyed, so humans should do adorations and sacrifice to make the gods happy.
Y sacrificaban a gente en su honor. Gracias a los dioses existían las guerras floridas para nutrir a los aztecas de carnaza.
The Florised Wars, it's called the Hochiyaoyot. Florised Wars, a kind of ritual war that it's like, think about it, kind of the Olympics, but much more violent. Like the Olympic Games on the Greeks, so it's like different city-states organized combat in when prisoners were captured and the prisoners were sacrificed.
Para el astro rey. El origen del calendario maya y azteca fue común,
This is the calendar.
pero mientras que los mayas no creían que tras el final de la cuenta larga fuese a haber un apocalipsis, los aztecas sí creían en ello. Pensaban que cada 52 años se acababa el contrato para vivir en el quinto sol, y la única forma de renovarlo era a través de la ceremonia del fuego nuevo. Se rompían todas las ropas y objetos de la casa, se apagaban todas las luces y todos aguardaban en las azoteas de los edificios cagados de miedo, mientras los sacerdotes hacían sacrificios rituales en una gran hoguera. Un mito interesante es el origen.
Okay, now this video is the one I'm going to put. Huitzilopochtli. No, it is this one. I tell the story first. This involves the characters Quatlicue, that is the goddess of fertility and waters. Quatlicue is also related with Chalchiuhtlicue, the creator and destructor of the fourth sun, the son of the water. So Quatlicue is this one. This one. Head with two serpents, a necklace with parts of human body, this like dress made of alive serpents. So Quatlicue had 400 children and she didn't want to have more, so she stopped having sexual relation with his wife Mixcoatl, the cloud serpent. For some reason, a sphere of feathers, of colored feathers, fell from the sky. Quatlicue take it. She was doing homework, like being like housewife, and so this weird sphere fell. She took it and saved it, but then she noticed that it had disappeared and she was pregnant. The children thought that this was a dishonor because Mixcoatl was not the father, and Coyolxauhqui, one of the daughters, planned along her brothers to kill the mother and the fetus. So Coyolxauhqui is this one. Just in the moment when the 400 children were going to attack Quatlicue, the baby was born, and the 400 children were led by Coyolxauhqui. So the baby was born and he was Huitzilopochtli. He already was born adult, with dressed and with weapons. Huitzilopochtli killed to most of his brothers and sisters. To Coyolxauhqui, she dismembered and cut her head, and then made her head to be threw her head to the sky, and it was converted in the moon. Because this, Huitzilopochtli earned the respect of everyone. He became the god of war and the national deity more venerated by the Aztec people. His name means blue colibri. Let me search this word in English. Colibri, hummingbird, the blue hummingbird at the left. And this is because Huitzilopochtli guided the exodus of the Aztecs. Remember when I told at the beginning, the Aztecs come from Aztlan, and then Huitzilopochtli guided them to the capital, to a place, that is the island in the Texcoco Lake, where it will be Tenochtitlan. And this is like if you find an eagle with a serpent and such. So the hummingbird carry with them the souls of the dead warriors. And now I'm going to put this video. This video is about how Quatlicue gets pregnant and the birth of Huitzilopochtli and how Coyolxauhqui ends like this.
¿Conocen la leyenda sobre el sol, la luna y las estrellas? Bueno, pues cuenta la leyenda que sobre la parte alta, Coatepec, la montaña de la serpiente, se encontraba una mujer llamada Coatlicue.
Dices Coatlicue.
Uno de sus 400 hijos, un suriano, se encontró a Coatlicue barriendo en la parte alta del monte. Sorprendido el suriano por la desdicha de su madre encinta, regresó al pueblo a hacer noticia de esto. ¡Nuestra madre nos deshonra!,
This is Coyolxauhqui,
dijo Coyolxauhqui, hija de Coatlicue y líder de los 400 surianos. Hermanos, ella nos ha deshonrado. Hemos matado a nuestra madre. De pronto, Huitzilopochtli le habla a Coatlicue desde su vientre. No temas, madre. Yo sé lo que tengo que hacer. Encontremos a la perversa que ha quedado encinta, dijo Coyolxauhqui. Cuauhtémoc, uno de los 400 surianos, se separó de Coyolxauhqui y sus hermanos misteriosamente. Los surianos se prepararon para la guerra. Ellos empiezan su camino y vendrán a ponerle fin a la deshonra que has causado en ellos. Te matarán, dijo Cuauhtémoc a su madre. Pero del vientre de su madre, Huitzilopochtli le dijo a Cuauhtémoc: ten cuidado, está vigilante, tío mío. Bien sé lo que tengo que hacer. ¡Ya vienen!, advirtió Cuauhtémoc. Mira bien por dónde vienen, le respondió Huitzilopochtli. Vienen ya por Tzompantitlán. Mira bien por dónde vienen. Vienen por la cuesta de la montaña. Ya están por la cumbre. Vienen guiados por Coyolxauhqui. Finalmente, nació Huitzilopochtli.
He is Huitzilopochtli who was finally been born.
La diosa Coyolxauhqui rodó, hecha pedazos. Por diversas partes cayeron sus manos, piernas y cuerpo. Su furioso hermano arrojó su cabeza y cuerpo al cielo y ella se convirtió en la luna. Finalmente, Huitzilopochtli los eliminó, los ahuyentó, los destruyó. Huitzilopochtli no mostró piedad ante ellos. Solo unos cuantos pudieron escapar de su saña y librarse de la muerte, dirigiéndose hacia el sur y convirtiéndose en estrellas. Y así es como hoy el sol persigue a la luna y las estrellas, día tras día, por el resto de la eternidad.
Very nicely told. Okay, so more about this mythology, just to finish with this. Let's see if there is a Coyolxauhqui. Other than this, I wanted to find an illustration like this. Then Coatlicue. This one, which it would have been painted. Huitzilopochtli. You see, just to have some reference, some visual reference. Quetzalcoatl, obviously. This is most famous. Death, Catlipoca. This, for example. Xipetotec, the god of corn. This is a bit hard to explain. I'm going to the flagged lord. It is because he uses human skin as protection, something like that. Kind of disgusting, but this is good representation. So you can see using human flesh as kind of armor. More gods. More interesting gods because there are a lot. There is Huehueteo, God of Fire. This one is nice representation. Mictlantecuhtli I have saw it before. Some interesting creature is the let me find the Itzimithi or something like that. The Tiftimime. The star demons. This is a very interesting creature. And one of the creatures that I most like in the Age of Mythology Return of the Gods mod. And another creature is the Nahual, for example. It's a skin changer. And I think that's all. Just to say something else about the offerings. Yeah, the offerings. There is a scene from a movie or something. Let's see this.
Aztec sacrifice, 14th to the 16th century AD. Who were the Aztecs, and why was human sacrificing so important and central to their society?
I just want to say before letting this video, some interesting things that catches my attention when reading the Codex Florentinus. It's the Toxcat, is the festivity realized in the 5th Aztec month, that it ended obviously with sacrifice, and it is when they put the heads in the Tzompantli. Another sacrifice for the rain. They sacrificed kids, and if the kids weep and cry, it is better because more tears means more rain. And then blood offerings, they had a vessel with blood, and with a stick or paper they stained it with the blood, and then they put it in the statue of the god in the mouth, so it's like they are feeding the god through the statue.
The term Aztec is a modern-day invention to describe the various tribes who make up the Mexica kingdom. They rose to prominence there during the 9th century, and their empire peaked in power and culture from the 14th century until the 16th century, when the Spanish conquered the region, devastating and destroying the Aztecs once and for all in an incredibly short space of time. Ritual sacrifice and self-bloodletting was central to the lives of the Aztecs. Ingrained through ritual and tradition into the Aztec psyche, the concept of blood sacrifice was at the very core of their beliefs. They felt they owed a debt to the gods, one the people should continue to pay every day, otherwise the sun would not rise. The Aztecs firmly believed that the sacrifice of the deities at the beginning of time led to the very creation of the universe, while other gods sacrificed themselves in fire in order to breathe life into the sun. The Aztecs believed in many gods and deities, but by far the most important was Huitzilopochtli, the god of sun and war, who demanded blood in order to be appeased. So individual bloodletting became a daily ritual for the Aztecs, regardless of the age, gender, or social standing of the victim. Animals were also regularly sacrificed in both private and public. Quail was always a popular choice to use, but they also regularly used dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer. and certain deities such as the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl required the sacrifice of butterflies and hummingbirds. Though what really drew the community together was public human sacrifice. They would sacrifice people in public, often prisoners of war, with great pageantry and ritual by the high priest. Such was the demand for human sacrifices, scholars cannot agree on an exact figure, but believe it was between 1,000 to 25,000 a year. Aztec warriors in battle would often wound an opponent rather than kill him in order to capture him and bring him back for human sacrifice. It is widely believed that many of their wars were motivated by the need to gather more victims and as a way of intimidating neighboring states. They would normally kill these victims by the use of a sacred sacrificial dagger, as it was believed their blood would give life to the sun, each drop slowly reviving it in order to give it the strength to rise again each and every day. The freshly cut out heart would then be placed by the priest in a stone vase and was either incinerated and offered to the sun for it to consume, or was eaten by the high priest. Often these victims for human sacrifice would impersonate a deity, and their sacrifice would mimic the one that the god had once given in the past. They were dressed up and acted like the chosen deity, and were treated by others very highly, like they were celebrities. Their title was seen as a true honor, and after they had been executed, their body parts were eaten by the people, often the ruling class, in order to please the gods even further. One particularly gruesome ritual would see prisoners of war dressed up to look like various gods, who would then be sacrificed, have their hearts cut out, and their skin flayed from their dead bodies. Their skins would then be worn by the priest as a costume to represent the deity. The festival being held determined how the sacrificial ceremony was carried out, as the Aztecs were a complicated people with an advanced social culture. A common thread throughout these sacrifices was that the heart of the victim would be cut out, and a still pulsating organ would be held up high for all to see. At the very center of the Aztec religious world was the Great Temple, which was an impressive pyramid with twin shrines on top, one for Tlaloc, the god of rain, and the other for Huitzilopochtli, the god of war. It was situated in the Aztecs' capital city of Tenochtitlan, which is New Mexico City today. Here, countless human sacrifices were carried out by the high priests. Normally, the heart of the victim was ripped out, and then the corpse was beheaded, dismembered, and then the lifeless body was thrown down the steps of the temple to fall 180 feet to the base of the pyramid below. The heads of the sacrifice were then put on skull racks at the base of the temple. This sacrifice was a mythical reenactment of the story of the sun and war god Huitzilopochtli, who took his sister, the moon goddess Coyolxauhqui, dismembered her body, and then threw her down Quatepetl, the sacred serpent mountain. In the reenactment, the steps of the temple doubles for the serpent mountain. Most sacrifices at the Great Temple were prisoners of war or slaves, but also children were sacrificed as their tears were deemed to be linked to Tlaloc, god of rain. These traditions went on for hundreds of years, until March 1519, when a Spaniard by the name of Hernan Cortés, heading a small expedition, invaded the Aztec Empire. Within 2 years, the Aztec Empire had crumbled, conquered by the Spanish, and its population decimated by smallpox. With this and the arrival of Christian missionaries and their powerful backers, many of the Aztec ways and rituals of human sacrifice were confined to the pages of history, once and for all. But occasionally, despite the Spanish invaders trying to eradicate this practice and all monuments to it, some artifacts have still survived to this day, including ceremonial skull towers and skull racks. Subscribe and click the notification bell for more history videos.
Okay. I wanted to find also a kind of more with actors. Let's see this one. Khan, so this is not Aztec, this is Mayan. But the sacrifice, I think, is going to be the same. Down the side. No throwing. Mistakes. Really terrible. I hope I don't get censored in tweets because of this. Anyway, I think enough about this topic. I'm going to continue. Oh yes, another god I was reserving for the lag is Tlaloc. Because this will appear later, so you see Tlaloc, the god of rain. Match of Xiuhtecutli, he's the god of fire, mosaic of turquoise, another material. Vessel of Tlaloc. Appears the god of rain with the typical jaguar teeth. This is the vessel of Tlaloc is this. Mask of Xiuhtecutli is this one. Mask of Tlaloc is this. Okay. Where is this one? Mask of Xiuhtecutli. And then the vessel of Tlaloc. Should I put this one? Yes. Vessel of Tlaloc. Warriors. There were eagle warriors and jaguar warriors. The sculpture is an eagle warrior. Feather work, the one I put as example. This one belongs to Moctezuma II. I think this is the last, and then Codex. Okay, it's almost finished with the Actex. This is the warriors. This is Eagle Warrior. Eagle Warrior. So it is something like this. On the feather work or Moctezuma. Codex Magliaveziano, Codex Mendoza, Ceramic. Let's see what I put here. I'm going to divide. Serpent of two heads. Ceramics. And vessel of Tonatiuh. And actes are finished. Finally, Central America. And Caribbean. There are two main zones, Ecuador and Costa Rica. Ecuador, pre-ceramic period, culture of Las Vegas, formative period, Valdivia, Machalilla and Chorrera cultures, regional development period, La Bahia, La Tolita and Wangala cultures, and period of adaptation to the Inca. Hello, hi, honey 383. Hello. Welcome and thank you for the following. You have come when I am near the end. Let's see what I put about this. It is mostly ceramics and figures and Gapirka. Hello. Valdivia. I'm not going to put everything, just want to put a few pictures, but La Bahia, Tolita, Wangala. I think I put this one, that's all. So this is Machalilla ceramic. And the next, Chorrera. Okay, I'm going to put it here. Machalia culture ceramic, Chorrera sculptures, two examples. They made sculpture of animals and plants. Development, culture, status, one example of each culture, La Bahía, Tolita, and Wangala. And ruins of Inca Pirca. From period of adaptation to the Inca. Costa Rica, here is the Nicoya culture. They use jade and later gold, glitter figure, and methods as stone used to green corn. So one this. La Bahía and Tolita, I'm going to put. I think I can put all three because space. La Bahía, Tolita, and Wangala. And of course the ruins of Inca Pirca. Caribbean. The Taino culture lived here. They came from South America, from Orinoco River. Athemi is a concept that means a deity and an ancestral spirit, and also object that have those spirits. The Cojoba was a ritual to summon Athemi. Village, sculpture, Themi, duo, other Themi, Cojoba spoon, Las Caritas, Caguana petroglyph. This one, the spoon, and the petroglyph. Temi, and then the other is the Cohoba spoon. And the last is the Kawana petroglyph. Kawana petroglyph. And it's finished. Now the summary of all the pictures I have used. This will be also a summary for all the content that I have been seeing over all these hours. 5 hours. Okay. Films. Olmec. Teotihuacan. Veracruz. Mayo. Toltec. Mixtec. Huastec. Aztec. Central America. Caribbean. That's 2. Pyramid of Huilquilco. Fuchs Tlahuaca rock art. This is now the Olmecs. Pyramid of La Venta. Jaguar style. De las mesas. Olmec. Heads of Aleite heads. Jaguar mosaic. Lord of Rimes. Seated jaguar. Articulated figure. Puskanapa fighter. Atiwajan figure. Rabagoya figure. Jaguar baby. The one of El Baúl. The 2 of La Venta. Altar 4 of La Venta. Teotihuacan. Avenue of the Dead. Citadel. Temple of the Serpent. Pyramid of the Sun. Pyramid of the Moon. Palace of Quetzalcoatl. Of the Moon, Quetzalcoatl. Titla. Tepantitla. Ball game marker. Mask of Malinaltepec, Tripod Ceramic. Veracruz. Estajín, Veracruz. Now the Mayas. Don't want. Maya is very long, so it's continuous. Uh, Very long. Let's see if I can put this in only one. I know it's 1, 3. Of Dawith Calpante Putri Tula 3. This was bored. Hmm, 3. I think I will put 3 or 4. Almost finished. Ceramic, sculpture. Teotihuacan. What? Sorry, what I don't. Ooh, at least disrespecting this. This one is too long. Very, very long. Okay, this is finished. I'm going to bring the paper of books. I'm going to play now my game that is called An Artistic Adventure in the Mesoamerican region. And hopefully there won't be many books. Moment. Oh wait, first bad thing I found here, I can't read. Mosaic of the Jaguar, Olmec Jaguar, Olmec Steel. This is interesting. Olmec Alpha, Olmec Steel, Olmec Jaguar figurine, Olmec 8 figur, Olmec Alpha, Olmec Spine. The second will be Veracruz, El Tajín, Remojadas figurín, Pyramid of the Niches, El Tajín, Relic of Veracruz, Game. This is the bot game. Ball of the ball game. Ball game code. It was, or now I should need the support. Relic of Monte Alban, Zapotec, Palace, Monte Alban Mixtec, South Platform, This is the temple of the dancers. Zapotec steel of the dancers. Zapotec figure of Mictlantecuhtli. Relic of Montalban. North platform. This is the Baldwin Court. This is Montalban Zapotec. The courtyard of Meath. Relic of Meath. Dancers. North platform. Big step necropolis. Step 2. Big step codex. There is all. It is only the army style weapons. The plants are protected. Want to the other teleports that will be fine. Okay, this is fine. Now I should do the Mayas. Palenque. Temple of the Storm. Great Palace of Palenque. Sculpture of Pakal. This is for the road. Temple of the School. There is something more. Temple of the Cross. And this is Temple of the Inscriptions. Maya inscription. Here stairs. Tomb of Pakal. Mask of Pakal. Pakal. This is like the crossroad of Maya. Palenque. Bonampak. This is for the world. This is for bound. Castle. This is Chichen Itza. And the last one must be yes, working totally fine. This is Maya. This is my place. Bonampak. So the palace of Bonampak. Bonampak painting. Maya. Cool. Palace, Stampak Palace, model of Stampak, model of Cook style, Spooky Palace, model of Spooky. Pyramid of Tikal. Model of the Pyramid of Tikal. Copan building. This is also Copan building. Maya hieroglyphic. Maya sphere. Hieroglyphics there. And this is like the last places. Small and city. First Bookmark. Quadrangle of the Sisters. Pyramid of the Egyptian. I think there was a book here, but not sure if I collected. Concuro de Magician. Temple of the Tortoise, Ball Game Court, Pouch of the Beards, Palace of the Governor, Relic of Booksmile, and I think Booksmile is finished. The last one is Tenta. Pyramid of Kukulkan. I'm going to this last one because there is a secret in there. Temple of the Jaguars. Jaguar of Kukulkan. Sacred Cenote. Not sure if there is something to do. Yes. Relic of Chichen Itza. This is the Palace of the Thousand Columns. Temple of Warriors and the Thousand Columns. Jagmol. Observatory. This is the Caracol. I can't get out this. Game code. Pyramid of Kukulkan. Maya Mall. Cenote of Kukulkan. You have obtained a relic of the secret cover. There is something strange about this cave. Maybe there is something that must be found in this secret cover. There is something shiny here. What will happen if you interact? It has transformed into a lever. What will happen if you activate it? The lever is activated. The secret gate has been unlocked. To El Dorado. And here is where I can find him. Relic of El Dorado, and I can enter and get it's fine. I'm going to get money. And in the next session, when I do South America, I will also visit again Atlantis to buy their house. So much money invested. I'm going to bet 5,000. 100. Algo ahí. Ah, no debo estar en la media. I need to change. I'm going to this already Caribbean. Semi-figurine of the Caribbean. Singapirka. Relic of Singapirka. I think that's all I'm going to find here. Yes. Oh. Facing the exit. Come on. This I visited before, or next I did before, too long. Some Pantry, Falcon Court, Burnett Palace, that obviously is not Burnett. Relic of Tula. Tula. Yes. Pyramid of Tlawith Kalpanteputli. This is the Atlantean of Tula. This is the water pantry, and this thing, the pyramid of Tula. More here, Teotihuacan, what's that? This is the what's that theory of life on Earth? Step Temple Castillo de con ellos mis Teotihuacan and Teotihuacan painting, Mass of Marina Altepec, Palace of Quetzalcoatl, Relic of the Sun and the Moon, Pyramid of the Sun, Avenue of the Dead, Pyramid of the Federal Serpent, Pyramid of the Moon, Relic of I think that's all here. The last one is Ten of the Clan. Great Temple of Ten of the Clan, Corridor South is gone, Sacrificio is gone, Jack Mall, Temple of Tlaloc, Relic of Tlaloc and Huitzilopochtli, Temple of Huitzilopochtli, Relic of the Gods, Zampantli, School of Zampantli, pretty much they could enter here. House of the Jaguars, Figure of Jaguar Warrior, Tepetepar, Aztec Paucicali, House of the Eagles, Figure of Eagle Warrior, this is Calme Caca y altamente Boss. Cholula, Pyramid of Cholula, Mass of Siuteculli, Titlan Residence, Titlan Inn, Titlan Top, Palace of Moctezuma II, also Candela. I think I'm going to open the project and do some quick edits for these buildings. Ochicalco, Relic of Quetzalcoatl, Pyramid of Quetzalcoatl, and that's all because I can't enter the other places. Okay, I'm going to quickly just give me a moment. Most serious ones. Small Chichen Itza, Observatory. This I couldn't go here. There must be some stairs. Weird. I'm going to need to put this like this. Yes. But I feel it's going to break the things. Here the problem start. I can't replace the E. This is exterior color. Okay, now it's fine. So if I replace it with this, Then I should be able to climb in there. I'm going to test this. No. I need to copy the save. To go fast. I hope this works. Yes, it works. Okay, I will enter later. I want to fix other things. Golden Temple of El Dorado. It has the same problem. Yes. So the user exterior Dorado. And I can't even come to this, so. Let's see what I'm using here. I think it's this. Yes. I think this one is going to be easier. So I just put this. Now it should be everything fine. El Dorado, in theory, it is fine. Start the Kukulkan. Make this automatic player toads. And now the other places in Tenochtitlan that I can't enter. This one. Same as characters. Same as characters. Fixed. And now the Moctezuma. This one has the same problem as the other, so exterior character it will be fine. So I use this, and that's all. Okay, in theory it is fixed. And I don't know if this I should climb. Probably just not that important to go in there, since I can't even interact with this. I'm going to let this like that and that's all. Not important. Yes, I think I can close this already. I will have to export, but I'm not going to export, so I'm just going to print this. Better. No. See if it appears. Yes. Temple of Tonatiuh. Tonatiuh stone. After stone of the sun. Teocalli. Calmecac School. Figure of Quatlicue. Relief of Coyol Sauti. Palace of Moctezuma. Moctezuma II. Relic of the deck. I think the problem that is going to get. I will fix it in another moment. And then Observatory. Maya Cosmological Map. And you come here to think about life. It helps me to be a better person and to help other people. Okay, so the last stop is going to be again the El Dorado. The reflection of the city of Atlantis. Where could it be? To use this crystal, you need to discover the city of Atlantis and purchase the home in there. I need to purchase the home. I'm thinking going now, why not? Let's go to the Gladys Islands. Atlantis. You can purchase this home and so you can be a citizen of Atlantis. You must pay 5,000 gold. You want to purchase this home for 5,000 gold? Yes. You have acquired a home in Atlantis. You have acquired the return to Atlantis skill. Enjoy your new house. Return to your home in Atlantis. So Atlantis home. Down this home, picture, spot. These are the list. Travel to El Dorado, travel to your home, and this crystal shows the reflection of Naraka. What could be? To use this crystal, you need to discover Naraka. Travel to my home. It was fine. Travel with the crystal. Now the crystal of her very nice. Okay, I'm leaving this place. Getting ready to South America. I will correct the books. Time. So for today, I'm finished. I hope you learned with this and you enjoyed. See you next time for South America.